Hello there, my sleepy travelers. Welcome once more to a world where the stars shine softly above green hills, where rivers hum lullabies beneath stone bridges, and where the stories of old still drift on the evening breeze. Tonight, let us walk not in haste, but with the unhurried steps of one who wanders for wonder's sake. Let us settle ourselves beneath the leafy boughs of the party tree in the heart of the Shire, where twilight deepens into velvet and the lanterns in hobbit holes glow like fireflies beneath the earth. The grass is cool underfoot, the smell of wood smoke drifts on the air, and the gentle rustle of wind in the willows soothes like a lullaby long remembered. The world of Middle-earth, ever ancient, ever changing, holds many secrets, some hidden in shadow, some wrapped in starlight. And tonight, dear one, we will drift into the gentle tale of one such secret, the quiet, mysterious years of Gandalf the Grey, before the Fellowship ever gathered, before the ring stirred again, when the wizard walked unseen paths for purposes only whispered in elvish songs. Before we begin our tale in earnest, let us take a gentle breath together, my dear sleepy travelers, in and out. You are safe here among old trees and ageless stars. This is your time to rest, to let go of the waking world, and to let your thoughts drift like petals on a slow-moving stream. Tonight's story is one not often told in the great halls of lore, nor sung beneath the stars by elves. It is quiet, like the hush of dawn in Rivendell, or the whisper of wind through the grasslands of Rohan. For this is the story of Gandalf, not the mighty leader of the Fellowship, not the warrior at Helm's Deep, nor the White Rider upon the plains, but Gandalf in the years between, in the hush of time before the storm, when he wandered alone, learning, seeking, listening, preparing. Have you ever wondered where he went in those long decades before Bilbo's birthday party? What paths he walked beneath moonlight? What forgotten scrolls he read by candle in lonely towers? What words he exchanged with fading kings and hidden folk in far-flung corners of the world? We will walk with him tonight, not through battles or thunder, but through quiet glades and smoky inns, through long-forgotten ruins and ancient libraries deep in the mountains. We'll glimpse his thoughts, his friendships, the seeds of his hope, and the burden of knowledge he carried in silence. If you enjoy wandering these slow and peaceful paths, let this not be your only journey. I gently invite you to like this tale, to follow along if you've not already, and to explore the other quiet stories waiting here for you, each one a soft light in the night, a comfort for your dreaming heart. And now the road lies open before us, wide and winding under a sky full of stars. Let your thoughts soften, your breath grow slow. The wind is still and the evening deepens. Somewhere, Gandalf walks alone in thought, and soon we shall walk beside him. Are you ready? Then come. Let us begin. In the heart of Middle-earth, long before the Fellowship gathered beneath the sky of Rivendell, before the world knew the peril that would return, there walked a figure both familiar and distant. He was known by many names, Mithrandir among the elves, Tharkun to the dwarves, and in the gentle Shire he was simply Gandalf. A curious name for a curious old man. He did not seem to belong entirely to any one place. His robes were grey, soft as old ash, and often lined with the dust of roads less travelled. His beard flowed down in silvery waves, and his eyes, those eyes, held both the mischief of firelight and the sorrow of old songs. He carried a wooden staff, weathered and gnarled like a branch from the oldest tree. Upon his brow rested no crown, but a simple wide-brimmed hat, faded and bent from years of wind and wandering. Gandalf did not often stay in one place long, though the hobbits always welcomed him with eager hearts and wide eyes. To them, he was a bringer of fireworks, a whisperer of tales, and a friend of children and the old. Yet even in the Shire, where peace lay thick as butter on fresh bread, there were long stretches of time when he was gone, vanishing without word, returning only with a new pipeweed blend or a knowing smile. It was during these hidden years, between grand tales and great deeds, that Gandalf did his quiet work. He travelled alone, often unseen, speaking with the wise and the forgotten, seeking knowledge buried beneath the passing ages. He would linger in ancient libraries where the air smelled of parchment and time, or climb silent peaks to consult with creatures older than memory. He would sit beneath trees that had once spoken to elves, listening not with ears, but with his heart. And though he was a wizard, an Istari sent from the west, he did not wield his power as a sword. Instead, he guided, nudged, whispered. He believed in small lights in dark places, in hope that grew like roots beneath the frost. He was patient. He waited. In those quiet years, Gandalf felt something stirring, a sense, deep and unspoken, that the world was shifting, that an old shadow might rise again. But no one else listened. Not yet. So he listened for them, and so we follow him now. Not through grand councils or battles, but along forgotten paths and candlelit rooms. We will walk beside him in his solitude, through rain-soaked forests and golden fields, and discover the pieces he gathered before the storm. This is the tale of the time before the tale, the stillness before the song. The deep night is quiet. The stars are watching. And Gandalf, ever watchful, begins his journey once more. Come now, sleepy traveller. Step gently, the story awaits. In those quiet years, when the drums of war were yet distant, and the shadow in the east still whispered only in the corners of dreams, Gandalf walked the lands of Middle-earth in no haste. His steps were neither loud nor swift, and his grey cloak blended with the roads he wandered, as though the world itself forgot he was there. Much of his time was spent not in grand towers or among kings, but in quiet places far from the notice of the mighty. One such refuge was a small homestead nestled at the edge of the south farthing of the Shire, near the border where hobbit gardens gave way to the wild woods of the world beyond. The house was no more than a cottage, its walls half buried in moss and ivy, its roof thatched with straw that caught the golden light of afternoon like spun honey. No one else lived there, and yet it was always kept warm, the hearth tended, the kettle just beginning to sing. It was here that Gandalf would stay for weeks at a time, in seasons when his heart longed not for counsel, but for quiet. He would rise at dawn, though he seldom slept through the night, and would sit for a time just outside the cottage, sipping tea made from dried chamomile and herbs grown in the garden. The world at that hour was wrapped in a silvery fog, dew hanging from every leaf and cobweb like tiny pearls. The soft rustling of leaves was the only sound, apart from the distant call of a morning thrush. His days were unhurried. He tended to the garden with practiced hands, coaxing thyme and lavender from the earth, trimming the edges of the path with care. Sometimes he would walk into the Shire proper, just far enough to visit an old bookseller in Tuckborough, or to bring sweets to children who waited with sparkling eyes at the sight of his pointed hat. Inside, the cottage smelled always of old, wood and sweet pipe smoke. A small writing desk sat beneath the round window, its drawers filled with faded scrolls and folded letters. Gandalf would sit for hours there, gently turning pages of crumbling texts or making notes in a journal written in a script no hobbit would recognize. Candles flickered nearby, each flame dancing slowly, casting gold across the walls. And yet, even in this peace, something stirred. Gandalf could feel it, not like thunder, but like the faintest change in the breeze. At first, it came as dreams, strange and quiet, filled with voices he did not know and places he had never seen. He would wake before dawn, his heart slightly quickened, though the dream itself faded like mist in the morning light. One evening, while walking the border where the garden met the woods, he noticed something odd. A cluster of bluebells had sprung overnight, yet they bloomed facing west toward the sea, though the sun had not risen from that direction in many days. Gandalf knelt beside them, brushing a fingertip over the petals. The wind stirred softly, and for a brief moment the garden grew still, as though listening. Another time, while examining a map of Eriador, old and frayed with age, Gandalf noticed that a stream had been marked differently than he remembered. It had curved gently south. In his memory, yet on this map, it veered west. The difference was slight, and yet something about it tugged at his thoughts. He did not speak of these things, not even when he visited Elrond's halls or sat with Radagast in the forests of Rhosgobel. These were not yet matters of counsel. They were whispers, not shouts. There was also the hum. It came sometimes in the early evenings when the sun dipped low and shadows stretched long across the fields. A sound barely heard, a soft, resonant hum that lingered in the air just beyond the edge of hearing. Gandalf would pause, still as stone, and close his eyes. The hum did not come from the trees or the insects, but from the earth itself. He had only heard it once before, many ages ago on the shores of the undying lands, when the music of creation echoed in the deep. As days passed, the hum returned more often, and with it came a longing. It was not sorrow nor fear, but something gentler, a yearning, a sense that something precious was calling, something half-remembered, like a song from childhood or a face in a dream. He would stand for long moments in the fading light, his hand on his staff, his gaze fixed westward. But the sea was far from here, and only stars answered his gaze. In his journal, he began to note these things, not as warnings but as curiosities. "Westward pull increasing," he wrote once, beside a drawing of the bluebell cluster. "No sign of disturbance, nature bending gently, not breaking. A soft summons." He spent more time beneath the trees now, walking further than before, into the deeper parts of the woods that bordered the Shire. There, the air grew thicker, richer. The leaves overhead whispered not with the breeze, but with something older, something that remembered the first age. Once, he found an oak so ancient it bore carvings worn smooth by centuries, elvish script, faded and nearly lost, telling of a place long hidden beyond the mountains. Gandalf placed his hand upon it, and the hum returned, stronger than before, and, still, he told no one. For this was not yet a task. It was a feeling, a whisper, a scent on the breeze, familiar but unnamed. Even the fireflies seemed to notice. On moonless nights, when the skies were ink-dark and quiet, they gathered thick around the cottage, more than should have been. They danced slowly, forming spirals and arcs above the grass, their glow not frantic, but steady, as if performing a ritual meant for watching eyes. Gandalf would sit upon the steps, his pipe in hand, and say nothing. But his eyes gleamed softly, and he smiled. Not with knowing, but with deep and tender wonder. He often wondered if the land itself was trying to remember something, or perhaps trying to remind him. The days grew longer, and the summer deepened. The fields turned golden, and the wind warmed. But even in the height of sunlight, the pull westward remained, a thread tugging softly at the edge of his spirit. He had seen the world in all its majesty. He had watched kings rise and fall, but never had he felt such a quiet invitation, one so persistent and kind. Perhaps, he thought, this was the beginning of something. Not a quest, but a remembrance. A journey not for glory or for battle, but for understanding. And so Gandalf tended his garden. He walked his winding paths. He read his fading scrolls, but his eyes, more and more, lingered on the western sky. And in his heart, a door was beginning to open, not with force, but with wonder, and always, always with peace. The days that followed unfolded as gently as ever. Yet Gandalf, with all his centuries of wisdom, sensed something quiet shifting beneath the surface of the world. The breeze through the trees no longer felt entirely aimless. It danced, as if guided by memory. The birdsong, once random and light, now carried tones that echoed like old chants, as though the land itself were beginning to murmur again, softly remembering a language nearly lost. One dusk, as mist drifted low across the grasslands beyond his cottage, Gandalf walked further than usual. He had no destination, only that subtle pull that urged his feet forward. The twilight grew thick, not with fear, but with expectancy. The leaves on the trees barely moved, yet the air held a shimmering presence, as if something unseen hovered just out of reach. He paused by a narrow creek, its waters running smooth and glassy, mirroring the sky's soft blush. As he stooped to refill a small leather flask, his eyes caught a shimmer beneath the surface, not of fish or pebbles, but of light. Pale and blue it was, glowing softly like a star fallen into the current. Gandalf reached into the cool water, his hand closing around something smooth and faintly warm. It was a stone, round and glassy, yet not glass. It pulsed gently with an inner light, then quieted in his palm. It bore no rune, no inscription, yet Gandalf felt its weight not as burden, but as memory. He did not speak. He only tucked it carefully into the folds of his cloak and continued on, his steps slower now, more contemplative. The next evening brought another encounter, less tangible, yet no less real. While seated in the hollow of a hill, surrounded by tall, swaying grasses, Gandalf began to hear a melody. Faint, high and strange, not the sound of pipes or voice, but something that danced upon the wind as though it had never been meant for ears. He closed his eyes and listened, and the world around him seemed to still. It was music that stirred longing, yet did not name its source, like a lullaby hummed by starlight, or a farewell whispered by the sea. It tugged gently at his spirit, the same way the bluebells had turned their faces westward. Gandalf opened his eyes, and for the briefest moment, he thought he saw figures in the distance. Tall, luminous shapes between the trees, fading even as he tried to focus. They did not frighten him. On the contrary, they filled him with calm, with recognition. "They are watching," he murmured aloud to no one. Or perhaps remembering. The natural world around him continued to offer quiet signs. One morning, as he lit a fire for tea, the flames took on a green hue, not sickly, but vibrant, almost playful. They flickered in unfamiliar patterns, curling into shapes that looked like leaves or stars before fading into ordinary orange. Gandalf smiled, understanding this was no accident. Magic, yes, but not of malice or mischief. This was the world expressing itself, stirred by something deeper than spoken spells. Even the animals seemed affected. Birds followed his path in tight, quiet flocks resting on branches just ahead of him, as though guiding the way. A fox, lean and amber-eyed, emerged from the underbrush one morning and simply sat a few paces from his fire, watching him for nearly an hour before vanishing back into the trees. These creatures bore no fear, only quiet awareness, as if acknowledging an ancient connection rather than curiosity. But the clearest sign came late one night. The moon hung high and full, casting silver light through the lattice of forest branches. Gandalf had wandered beyond his usual paths, drawn by a sense of gentle purpose. As he passed between two ancient oaks whose trunks twisted together like old friends, he entered a clearing he did not recall ever seeing. The space was circular, the grass shorter here, and in the center stood a stone column, tall, time-worn, and covered in moss. It leaned slightly, suggesting age, yet still radiated a kind of silent authority. At its base were faint carvings, long faded, though Gandalf's trained eyes could still make out the language. Quenya, an old elvish tongue. He knelt slowly, brushing away the moss with a careful hand. The inscription was brief, but it shimmered faintly in the moonlight, as if the words remembered being spoken. The path forgotten is not lost. The light unseen still shines. Gandalf leaned back, the chill of the stone seeping into his knees through the grass. His breath clouded in the air. Though the wind did not blow, the trees around him rustled with life, as if stirred by the touch of meaning. He sat beside the pillar for a long time, his mind not racing, but drifting. What did it mean? This light? Was it the memory of the West? The echo of Valinor? Or something else? Some deeper rhythm still pulsing in the bones of the land? As he sat, he felt the hum again, not only beneath his feet, but within his chest. Gentle and resonant, it was no longer a whisper, it was a song. And it spoke of patience, of watching, of waiting through centuries for the right soul to hear. He reached into his cloak and removed the pale stone he had found in the creek. It pulsed again in his hand, brighter now. And as he held it up, too, the column, the faint light from within the stone reflected in the carvings. They glowed together for a moment, stone and rune, present and past. Then, stillness, but not silence. For Gandalf knew now that the journey had begun, not with footsteps, but with remembrance. He returned to the cottage the next day, his steps slow, thoughtful. The fireflies returned in greater numbers that evening, swirling above, the chimney-like stars come to rest. Inside, he lit a candle and opened his old journal. Signs clearer now, he wrote. Stone from the water sings in harmony with rune of the forgotten circle. The forest listens, the light still shines. And then, beneath that, the path is opening. I must walk it, though I do not yet know where it ends. He paused, setting the quill aside, and looked out the window. The wind stirred gently, and the bluebells once again turned westward. And in the silence that followed, Gandalf smiled. Not all magic is loud. Some waits deep and still to be seen, not with the eyes, but with the heart. And so, the wizard, cloaked in grey and cradling ancient memory in his hands, sat in the soft hush of twilight, listening. The world was awakening, and it was beginning to remember. The weeks that followed drifted by like a slow-moving river, each day golden with soft sun, each night wrapped in quiet wonder. Yet even amid the peaceful rhythm of the land, Gandalf felt the threads of something greater being quietly woven around him. Every step into the forest, every glance westward, every flicker of the mysterious stone in his cloak, all felt like gentle nudges drawing him forward. One late afternoon, as a warm breeze stirred through the tall grasses and the skies turned, the pale color of dusk, Gandalf set out on a walk without his staff. This in itself was unusual. The staff, though often mistaken for a simple walking aid by those who didn't know better, was a constant companion. But this time, something in his heart whispered, "Go lightly." He walked into the woodlands west of his cottage, where the old oaks and silver-barked beeches stood close together, forming a natural cathedral of living pillars. Birds sang softly overhead. The air held that particular scent that only arises after a summer rain: damp earth, green leaves, and the faint sweetness of moss. And then something changed. The moment was so quiet it might have gone unnoticed by a less attuned soul. The birdsong ceased, not abruptly, but like a lullaby reaching its final note. The breeze stopped, and the rustling of leaves grew still. The entire forest, it seemed, had taken a breath, and was holding it. Gandalf slowed his steps and came upon a place he had never seen before. It was a small glade, ringed with trees, so old their trunks curved inward, leaning protectively like the arms of ancient guardians. In the center of this natural circle stood a stone archway. Tall, freestanding, and weathered with age, vines crept along its sides, blooming with tiny white flowers that gave off the scent of night jasmine. He had not passed this way before, though he knew these woods intimately. And yet the arch did not seem newly risen. No. It felt old, older than the Shire, older than the kingdoms of men. He stepped closer. The air around the archway shimmered faintly, like heat rising off summer stone, though the temperature remained cool. Upon the lintel, etched into the grey rock, were symbols that shone faintly as the light dimmed. They pulsed like breathing, not in warning, but in welcome. The language was unfamiliar, not Elvish, not Dwarvish, not even the tongues spoken in the West of old. It was older still, though Gandalf could sense its meaning without translation. The runes felt like soundless music, like starlight carved into stone. They said, "Only those who remember may pass." Gandalf did not reach for the stone. He did not speak. Instead, he simply stood before the arch, breathing slow and deep, allowing the moment to unfold. And then, without movement or sound, something happened. The center of the arch shimmered. Light as soft as moonlit mist formed a curtain. Within it, images moved across that light, slow, gentle, like reflections in a dreaming pool. He saw a coastline, white ships on the horizon, a great tower rising from a green hill. He saw stars falling like tears. He saw an orchard heavy with silver fruit, and a tree whose leaves glowed like fireflies. These were not memories of his own, and yet he felt them stir something deep within him. Suddenly, from the underbrush to his left, a voice spoke, soft as wind through tall grass. "Long has it slept, and long have you wandered." Gandalf turned. There, Leaning against the mossy trunk of a beech tree stood a figure cloaked in silver green. Tall and slender, their features were hidden beneath a hood, but their presence radiated no threat, only calm and time. The figure stepped into the light of the clearing, revealing a face both youthful and ageless. Their eyes shimmered, not with color, but with memory. Few now remember the glades where light still lingers, the figure said, voice low and melodic. But you, O Lorin, you have not forgotten. Gandalf blinked slowly. That name, his name from long ago, before Middle-earth, before the shaping of the Third Age, had not been spoken aloud in an age. Only the wisest and most ancient beings still remembered it. "Do I know you?" Gandalf asked, his voice as gentle as the moment. "In the world of waking paths, no," the figure replied. "But we have stood beneath the same stars you walk, as one who listens." Gandalf studied them in silence. He felt no fear, only a growing sense of something sacred, like hearing the voice of a songbird thought extinct. "You are a memory," Gandalf murmured. "Not mine, but the world's," the figure smiled. "As are you." They turned and gestured toward the archway. "This was not made by hands. It is a place where remembrance gathers. You did not find it. It remembered you." The shimmering light within the arch shifted. Gandalf stepped closer, not crossing through, only observing. He saw the image of a great hall, tall pillars stretching into cloud, and voices rising in song without words. There was no battle here, no darkness, only light and longing. "What is it I feel?" he asked, barely louder than a whisper. "Door that was once open," the figure said, "and may yet open again if the hearts of those who remain remember what came before." Gandalf turned toward them. "Why now? Why me?" "Because you have not ceased to wonder, and the land too wonders if it has been forgotten." They took a slow breath, then reached into the folds of their cloak and withdrew a small object wrapped in leaf-woven cloth. With great care they placed it at the base of the arch. "This is a key, not to open, but to remind," they said. "Let it rest here. When the time comes, it will awaken what must be known." Gandalf bowed his head, the motion slow and reverent. "Thank you," he said simply. The figure stepped back into the shadows of the trees. "Not all who guide wear crowns, Grey Pilgrim. Some only whisper, and then they were gone." The breeze returned, the forest stirred, and the curtain of light within the arch faded slowly, as if drawing a dream back into the realm of sleep. The arch remained, quiet and still, no longer glowing, but undeniably real. Gandalf stood a long while, his thoughts quiet and still as the glade itself. He did not take the object at the base of the arch, nor did he touch the stone. He only bowed once, slowly, and turned away. His heart full, not with answers, but with understanding. He returned to his cottage under the stars, the path somehow shorter now, though the woods no less vast. The fireflies danced gently by his window, and the stone in his cloak pulsed faintly, as if humming to the memory he now carried. In his journal that night, he wrote only, "The light remembers, and I must remember with it." Sleep came easily then, wrapped in soft wind and moonlight. And though the mystery remained, it was no longer a burden. It was a blessing, for Gandalf had glimpsed not danger, but wonder, not prophecy, but remembrance. And in that memory, he felt something rare and precious, hope. A hope not shouted from towers, but whispered gently beneath the trees. Gandalf returned to his cottage quietly, his steps soft against the mossy earth, as if not to disturb the silence that still clung to him like mist. The stars had begun their slow bloom across the night sky, and the world glowed in gentle silver, each leaf, each blade of grass catching the faint shimmer like it remembered the presence of something divine. He did not light a fire right away. Instead, he sat on the low stone bench beside his garden, still carrying the memory of the archway in the glade, the glowing runes, the face of the mysterious figure who had spoken his name from an age long buried by time. The night air was cool and carried the faint scent of lavender from the nearby patch of herbs. A soft breeze lifted his cloak and rustled through the ivy climbing up the walls of the cottage, like a whisper that had traveled across oceans and mountains just to reach him. He looked westward. There was no clear reason for it, only a feeling. That quiet longing again, the one that had stirred gently in his chest for weeks. But now it felt fuller, more awake, as though a name he couldn't quite pronounce had been spoken aloud and now lived softly behind his thoughts. He drew his pipe from the folds of his cloak, lit it with a flick of his fingers, and let the smoke curl upward into the starlit air. The silence around him wasn't empty. It was a presence in itself, like sitting beside an old friend who needed no words. That night, Gandalf did not write in his journal. He did not reread old maps or ponder ancient texts. He simply listened. To the wind, to the trees, to something deeper that did not speak in words at all. And the longer he sat, the more he began to feel it clearly. The call had never been loud. It had never needed to be. It was not a summoning meant for the ears, but for the soul. He began to realize that the mystery he'd encountered wasn't a riddle to solve or a secret to reveal. It was a thread woven into the great tapestry of the world, and it was calling to him not as a task, but as a remembrance. As a home one forgets only until they return. In the quiet of the night, Gandalf closed his eyes and his mind drifted back, not just to the archway or the glowing stone, but far deeper, to the shores of the west, where the light never fades, to the time before he took the form of the Grey Pilgrim, to a place where voices sang creation into being and stars were young. The memory was not clear, but it was there, woven through his spirit like golden thread. A part of him had always remembered, and now, more than ever, he understood the ache that stirred in his chest when the wind blew from the sea. It was the world remembering itself, and he, being of that older world, was simply listening. He rose from the bench and stepped slowly into the cottage. The hearth glowed faintly, and he kindled it with ease. The flames crackled gently, casting flickers of orange and gold across the room. He sat before them, the familiar warmth pressing against the realization unfolding within him. This wasn't about what was coming, not yet. Not about the War of the Ring or the shadows rising in distant lands. Those days would come, and with them, battles and burdens. But this was something different. This was the land calling to him, not with urgency, but with memory. Asking to be seen, to be remembered, not saved, just honored. He felt it in every tree that still grew tall despite the passing of empires, in every star that shone above the hills of the Shire, in the foxes that watched from the underbrush, and the fireflies that danced their silent, glowing waltz at twilight. Middle-earth was alive, and it carried its stories in the folds of leaf, and stone in the patterns of wind and water. And Gandalf, Olorin, was not simply a guide or a guardian. He was part of the remembering, a vessel of the old songs, That night, he opened a drawer at the base of his writing desk and withdrew something he had not touched in many years, a small, smooth talisman carved of wood, shaped like a leaf from the trees of Valinor. It had been given to him long ago before he crossed the sea into Middle-earth. He held it now between his palms, warmed by the fire, and closed his eyes. He did not speak, but inwardly a single thought bloomed. I remember. And I will help thee, world remember too. Later, when the moon had climbed high and the night had grown deep and quiet, Gandalf rose again. He stepped outside, where the world glowed with that peculiar hush that only the late hours bring, a time where all things living sleep and dream, and the stars seem closer, as though they lean in to listen. He climbed the low hill near his cottage and stood at its summit. From there he could see the western horizon, vast and shadowed, stretching beyond even the mountains. There was no sign of sea, of course, not from this place. But he didn't need to see it. He could feel it, the pull, not of duty nor dread, but of memory. A gentle longing that said, there is still beauty in this world, and it is waiting to be seen. He remained there until the first hints of dawn began to warm the edges of the sky. The stars faded slowly, like candlelight surrendering to the sun. The mist returned to the low fields, wrapping the Shire in silver. And as light returned to the waking world, Gandalf descended the hill. There was no need to decide anything yet. The journey would unfold, as it always had, in quiet steps, in watchful pauses, in conversations beneath ancient trees. But within him now, something had settled. The mystery he had glimpsed in the archway, the melody he had heard in the wind, the figure in the glade who spoke his true name, all of it pointed not to a mission, but to a message. A reminder that light still lingered, that the old songs had not faded, that the smallest signs, a blooming flower, a stone that shimmered, a whisper of melody, mattered. Gandalf smiled gently to himself as he passed back through the garden gate. The dew clung to his robes and a robin chirped nearby, welcoming the morning. He paused by the bluebells, still facing west, and this time he knelt beside them not in wonder, but in quiet recognition. I see you, he whispered, his voice barely audible beneath the rustling leaves. Then he stood and entered his home, where the fire waited, and the day had yet to begin. But the journey had already begun. Not down a road, not through a forest, but within, and it was just as wondrous as any path he had ever walked. The days passed in their gentle rhythm, the kind of time that folds softly into itself, unhurried, almost shy. Gandalf found himself walking more often now, not to arrive anywhere in particular, but to be carried by the road itself. The Shire, so familiar and comforting, began to melt quietly into the wider lands beyond its borders. Low hills gave way to wooded trails, and the narrow paths turned to earth-trodden lanes veiled in golden leaves. It was early autumn when Gandalf left his cottage for a longer journey, though he carried no banner, no pack, and no goal written in ink. The pull westward was still there, yes, but now it was tempered by something gentler, a desire to listen, to learn from the land and those few souls who still walked it, with memory in their hearts. One morning, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool, and the last warmth of summer, Gandalf came to a clearing where the land dipped into a narrow valley. A small stream ran along the edge of a forest, and tall ash trees danced above with leaves already tipped in gold. The place was quiet, except for the soft gurgle of water over smooth stones. But there, beneath a tree, sat a man, still and silent, sharpening a long dagger with slow, careful strokes. The man looked up before Gandalf spoke, as if he'd felt the wizard's approach. His face was lined, his hair dark with silver streaks, and his eyes, they held the deep watchfulness of one who had seen both light and shadow, and carried both gently. "A long road lies behind you," the man said, not as a question, but with the calm certainty of one who has walked many himself. "As it does behind you," Gandalf replied, his tone light with warmth. The man smiled faintly and gestured to the flat stone beside him. "There's room for both." And so they sat together in the hush of morning. He was a Dunedain, though he gave no name. A ranger, one of the dwindling line who still guarded lands that had forgotten their protectors. Gandalf had known many of their kind before, but there was something in this one that mirrored the quiet mystery he himself had felt stirring. As they spoke, their words came not in questions and answers, but in small exchanges of memory, of stars over Weathertop,
of old songs sung in broken Elvish,
of the silence that lives beneath the leaves of ancient forests. The ranger spoke little of himself, but he told Gandalf a story of an old stone hidden deep in the forest near Amon Sul, shaped like a tear and warm to the touch, even on the coldest night. He said he found it once, years ago, and when he held it, he dreamt of a white tree growing on a green hill beneath a sky of silver fire. When he woke, the stone was gone, but the dream remained. "I thought it was just a tale," the ranger said. "But now, I'm not so sure." Gandalf smiled thoughtfully. "Some tales live deeper than memory. You are wise to remember the dream." They shared a simple meal by the stream, dried fruit, cheese wrapped in cloth, and water pulled
from the earth.
And when it was time, they parted without fanfare, only a brief clasp of hands and the quiet knowing of kindred souls. Further west, as the lands began to stretch wide and bare, Gandalf met another traveller, but this one did not speak at all. It was twilight when he spotted the creature at the edge of a dying orchard, small, cloaked in fur, the colour of dusk, eyes bright with curiosity. A fox, yes, but no ordinary one. It moved as though it knew he watched yet did not flee. Instead, it padded softly ahead, glancing back now and again, leading him gently through the trees. Gandalf followed. They passed beneath arching boughs heavy, with the last apples of the season. The fox wove between them like a flicker of firelight, and though it never spoke, Gandalf could feel its awareness like a breath on his neck. When they reached the heart of the orchard, the fox stopped. There, at the base of an old tree, lay a carving, a simple spiral etched into the bark, worn nearly smooth by time. He knelt beside it. The spiral pulsed faintly under his fingertips, like the stone in the stream, like the arch in the glade. Not magic in the way spells are cast, but something older. Living memory embedded in the
land itself. The fox sat a few paces away, watching quietly, and Gandalf spoke aloud, more to the air than to the creature. "This world remembers.
Even when its people forget." The fox blinked once, slowly, and then it turned and vanished into the brush. That night, Gandalf camped beneath the orchard canopy, wrapped in his cloak and warmed by a small fire. The stars glimmered through the gaps in the trees. He did not sleep right away, but sat long, turning over the simple weight of these encounters. They were not grand revelations nor dire warnings, just flickers, lanterns held by quiet hands. Each figure, ranger, beast, whisper, of the land was part of a silent procession, not guiding him, not urging him towards some great act, but simply reminding him, "You are not alone in this remembering." He recalled a saying once spoken by the Elves, "Even the stars whisper to those who listen." And that, he now understood, was the thread binding his journey. Not the gathering of facts or the discovery of secrets, but the shared memory between all things that remain when the world grows quiet. Later, as he prepared to sleep, he thought again of the mysterious figure by the arch and their final words, "Some only whisper." Now he was beginning to see just how many there were who did. In the days that followed, Gandalf crossed into lands that bore little sign of travel, rolling hills, broken ruins swallowed by time, and meadows thick with late-blooming wildflowers. There, he met a woman seated beneath a crumbling stone wall, her hair white as cloud, her robes the color of river silt. She was humming to herself, weaving a garland of moonflowers. She looked up when he approached and said nothing for a long moment. Then softly, with a smile, "The wind has been speaking your name." They spoke of little things, of birds nesting later in the season, of seeds blooming where they ought not, of colors in the dawn that she swore she hadn't seen since she was a girl. She spoke as if the land were waking from a long sleep, and her eyes carried the same shimmer he had seen in the archway. Old memory rising gently to the surface. Before he left, she pressed a tiny stone into his hand, shaped like a seed. "For when the road narrows," she said, "it doesn't open anything, but it reminds you not to turn back." Another lantern, another whisper, and so, with no great urgency but with growing purpose, Gandalf walked on, his road lit not by torches or maps but by moments like these. Glimpses, conversations that echoed long after the words had faded, each one telling him, in its own quiet way, "You are still on the path. You are still remembered. And perhaps more importantly, you are still remembering." The nights grew longer as Gandalf's journey stretched onward, the warmth of autumn fading gently into the cool breath of early winter. The leaves that once glowed gold beneath the sun now rustled dry and brittle under his boots, and the trees themselves stood barer with each passing day, their limbs lifted toward the heavens like ancient arms remembering stars long gone. It was during these darker, quieter nights that stories truly found their voices. One evening, after following a winding forest trail that led into the deep woods west of Bree, Gandalf came upon a place that seemed to breathe stillness. A ring of standing stones rose from the forest floor, moss-covered and moonlit. They stood in silence as if listening to something older than speech, older than song. And at the heart of this circle, a fire already burned. He was not alone. Seated beside the fire was a figure wrapped in robes of midnight blue, embroidered faintly with stars along the sleeves. Her hair, long and silver-white, shimmered like spider silk in the firelight. She looked up as Gandalf entered the clearing, her expression calm, her gaze steady, as though she had been expecting him for many years. "Long roads draw those who listen," she said simply, and gestured for him to join her. No introductions were exchanged, none were needed. They sat side by the crackling flame, its orange glow spilling light across the stones and casting long shadows into the forest. Beyond, the stars above glittered like whispers frozen in time. Around them, the woods breathed in soft rhythm, branches creaking, leaves murmuring in sleep. She spoke first, voice low and even, like water running over smooth rock. "You know of the straight road," she said, "but do you know its echo?" Gandalf turned to her, intrigued but silent, encouraging her to continue. "They say that when the elves first sailed west, the sea wept," she continued. "Not for sorrow, but for memory. That every wave carries not just salt, but stories. That even now, when the wind shifts just right and the moon is full, the sea remembers their songs." Gandalf closed his eyes briefly. He could almost hear it. The faint rise and fall of voices, not quite of this world, threaded through the rhythm of waves. She reached into a small satchel and pulled forth a scroll, worn and bound with a single
red thread. "This was given to me by one of the last elves to pass into the west," she said. "It speaks of a star that fell from the sky before the world was shaped, long before men or elves walked the earth.
A star that left no crater, but instead a well. A place where the veil between memory and waking remains thin." "And you believe it still exists?" Gandalf asked, his voice soft, respectful. She nodded once. Not in maps, not in stone, but in story. And so, beneath the stars and beside the fire, she began to tell tales, not loud or boastful ones, but soft threads of old lore, shared in a voice that blended with the night itself. She spoke of the Tree of Light, whose blossoms, once opened only during the first hour of dawn, petals glistening with dew that could grant true dreams. She spoke of Numenor, not its fall, but its hope, of a festival once held in the highlands where they would light lanterns in the shape of constellations, honoring those who had come from across the sea, of how the wind carried those lights upward as if trying to return them home. She told of a creature made of fog and laughter who guarded a bridge that appeared only when the moon was full, and no one doubted its presence, and Gandalf, in turn, offered his own stories. Of a mountain in the east where a single flame had burned, untouched since the Second Age, tended by no hand but never extinguished. Of a library buried beneath the roots of a forest where the books were not written but whispered into the bark of trees. Of children in the Shire who dreamed of places they had never seen, dreams that, unknown to them, echoed the songs of the undying lands. Each story was a small spark, flickering between them in the firelight, dancing upward to join the stars. Above, the forest listened. Not just the animals or the wind, but the very stones beneath them, the roots weaving through the earth like ancient veins. Gandalf could feel it, the way the stories passed through them like soft ripples across water, as if the land itself was drawing in breath through each word, each memory, each thread of the old song. And somewhere in the quiet between stories, Gandalf came to understand something deeper. This journey, this gentle wandering of his, it was not just for preparation or wisdom. It was not even just remembrance. It was a gift to tell stories beneath the stars, to speak the names of those who had faded, to light even a single candle of memory in the darkening twilight of the world. He looked up at the sky. The stars gleamed still. Not as brightly as they once had, perhaps, but they remained, patient, present, quietly listening. The woman beside him smiled as if she, too, knew what he was thinking. "They are not just lights," she said. "They are echoes. Reminders that even in forgetting, something waits to be remembered." They sat for a long while in silence after that. The fire
burned low. A gentle wind stirred the trees.
The stones around them glowed faintly, as if warmed not by the fire, but by the stories shared. When at last Gandalf stood to take his leave, the woman did not rise. She only looked up at him, her face serene. "Thank you for remembering," she whispered. Gandalf inclined his head deeply, words catching in his throat like soft snow upon stone. Then slowly he turned and walked back into the forest, the path winding gently beneath his feet, guided not by direction, but by a quiet sense of purpose. Behind him, the fire dimmed, the stars remained, and as he walked, he carried the stories, like lanterns in his heart, not to hoard, but to share. Because in the end, what matters most in Middle-earth is not only what we build or battle, but what we remember, and how we pass it on beneath the stars. The frost arrived quietly. By the time Gandalf reached the edges of the northern hills, the trees stood bare and silver in the pale dawn light, and the grasses wore a soft shimmer like the first dusting of snow. Each step he took crunched gently underfoot, and his breath rose before him in small clouds that curled and vanished in the crisp air. He had wandered far since the firelit circle of the standing stones, and though the land around him had changed, something within him had grown still. Not cold, not heavy, but quiet, like a well finally filled. The lanterns of memory carried by the figures he'd met, the dreams and stories he'd heard beneath the stars, had settled in his chest like embers in a long burning hearth. He was no longer seeking, he was remembering. And now the road brought him to a place he had seen only once before, in a vision, in the archway, flickering like a half-forgotten dream. A hill rose ahead of him, veiled in mist, with only the faintest glint of stone visible. At its crown, the pull he had felt for weeks, soft, persistent, never urgent, now thrummed gently beneath his skin, not calling him forward, but welcoming him home. He climbed slowly. There was no rush. The wind was still, and even the birds seemed to hold their song. The world, it seemed, was holding its breath once more. At the summit, the land opened into a quiet expanse. The hilltop was ringed with smooth stones laid out in a perfect circle, their surfaces etched with symbols worn by time and frost. In the center stood a single tree, small, its bark pale and twisting like woven threads, its branches bare except for a single silver leaf that had not yet fallen. It was not grand, it was not imposing, but it was right. Gandalf stepped inside the circle and paused before the tree. The wind stirred gently now, circling the stones like a whispered melody. And then, as if the air itself parted, he felt it. Presence. Not the presence of a person or a spirit, but of something older, deeper. The memory of the land itself. He removed the pale stone from his cloak, the one he had found in the stream all those weeks ago. It pulsed softly, warmly, like a heartbeat. As he held it before the tree, the etchings on the surrounding stones glowed faintly, their light spreading in slow ripples. The single leaf on the tree trembled and then fell. It drifted gently, spiraling, downward through the cold air, and came to rest in Gandalf's palm. The moment stretched long, timeless, and then came the understanding, not as a voice or vision, but as feeling. What he had been following was not a summons, not a warning. It was an invitation to remember what he had always known, but had nearly let slip through the cracks of long years and countless roads. That Middle-earth was not merely a place of forests and mountains and towers, but a song, one whose melody ran beneath the surface of stone and stream and sky. A song whose echoes still reached those willing to listen. He was one such echo, a whisper sent into the world not to conquer or command, but to kindle light where shadows had fallen, to remember what the world had been, and to remind it gently what it could still be. The mystery had never been hidden. It had only waited for silence, for stillness, for a heart not full of answers, but of wonder. He placed the silver leaf inside, the fold of his robe beside the stone. As he did, the light on the surrounding stones faded, not extinguished, but returned to rest. And with that, the moment passed. The wind moved again. A bird called from the forest below. The sky, once veiled, began to clear, and sunlight bathed the hill in soft gold. Gandalf exhaled slowly, his breath curling into the morning. He felt no urgency to leave, and so he sat by the tree for a time, his back against its bark, the hilltop around him aglow with memory and peace. His staff lay beside him, and his hat, ever faithful, rested upon his knee. He closed his eyes, and in the quiet that followed, he did not dream, but remembered of
Valinor.
Of the flame imperishable, of soft songs sung in halls of light, and of why he had come to Middle-earth at all, not to rule or to resist, but to guide, to walk quietly beside others, offering light enough to see one more step forward, not by command, but by trust. He remembered who he was, Olorin, not just Gandalf the Grey, wandering wizard of pipe and riddle, but one who had sat at the feet of Nienna, the Lady of Mercy. One who had learned not just wisdom, but compassion, and who had chosen not the staff of command, but of care. The path back down the hill felt lighter beneath his feet. The world had not changed, but he had. Not with new power or knowledge or fate, but with a renewed sense of what truly mattered. Next day, he returned to his cottage in the South Farthing. The bluebells were still blooming, faces westward. The garden waited with patient stillness. The fireflies returned at dusk. He did not tell anyone of the hill, not the elves, nor the rangers, nor the keepers of lore. The mystery was not a secret, but neither was it meant to be spoken plainly. It was meant to be lived, felt, carried like a quiet ember in the heart. He wrote in his journal only a few words. The song remains, I remember. And from that day on, the pull westward did not fade, but it no longer ached, it sang. He knew the road ahead would darken again, that shadows would rise, that a ring, long lost, would soon find its way back into the story. But for now, he sat beneath his ivy-covered roof, sipped tea from his weathered mug, and watched the smoke curl gently into the sky. He would be ready, not because he knew what would come, but because he had remembered why he walked at all. The mystery had unfolded not as a riddle to be solved, but as a gift to be opened. And within it, he had found not just the memory of the world, but the memory of himself. The days passed, and the seasons turned as they always do, slow and sure, like pages fluttering in a book, long read but never truly finished. Gandalf's cottage, nestled in that quiet corner of the South Farthing, remained unchanged to most. Smoke still curled gently from its chimney, lavender still bloomed by the doorstep, and the garden paths still wound beneath ivy-covered arches where bees hummed in the sun. But within, something had shifted, not loudly, not visibly, but deeply. The wizard who once wandered with questions
now moved with a deeper calm. He still chuckled at a hobbit's tale, still gifted children little fireworks shaped like birds and stars.
Yet, in his silence, in the spaces between his stories, there was something more, a warmth not of firelight, but of understanding. He had remembered, and with that memory came peace. On some evenings, Gandalf would walk alone to the hill above his cottage, the same hill where he once watched the bluebells tilt their heads westward. He would sit upon the grass, his robes brushing softly against the earth, and gaze out toward the unseen sea. He never spoke on these walks. He didn't need to. The land knew, the stars above knew. And somewhere beyond the edges of the world he trusted, the West remembered him too. Not every mystery must be unraveled. Some are meant to be carried, like a song whose tune we hum even when we cannot recall all the words, like a scent that reminds us of home without quite knowing why, like a dream that fades by morning yet leaves the heart strangely full. Gandalf's journey through those hidden years had not revealed a single truth, but many quiet ones, that the land still sang, that the stars still whispered, that stories mattered, and that remembering, even softly, even alone, was its own kind of magic. And now, dear sleeper, you too have walked beside him, through forests that listened, through dreams and starlit glades, through the hush of old lore and the warmth of firelight shared. You've heard the whispers of forgotten places and felt the quiet ache of memory stirring in the roots of Middle-earth. You've remembered in your own way, and that is enough. So, rest now. Let the fire grow low, and the night wrap around you like a woolen cloak. Let the stars keep watch, and the wind hum soft lullabies across your dreams. For in this world of fading songs and ancient roads, one truth still glows gently in the dark. You are not alone, and the story never truly ends. Good night, my sleepy traveler. May your dreams walk beside the Grey Pilgrim, and may your heart always find its way home.